I've actually talked about that concept a few times before. For reasons that would, are weird and vague to describe. In my mind, the FF series before and after 12 are different franchises. To put that very, very simply. No, I'm not getting into that whole whether it's an FF thing or not, whether it counts, whether it's a turn-based RPG or any of that nonsense. It's just they're different. The approach to creation was different. The branching was different. The creative design decisions were different. The very games feel completely differently. And honestly, there's also a pretty big gap between how many games are before 12 and how many games are after 12. Before 12, we have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, and 12. After 12, we have 13, 13, 2, 13, 3, 15, and 16. That's it. Now, there are other games that could qualify for that, but that's sort of my point, isn't it? A quote-unquote mainline Final Fantasy just isn't the same thing it used to be, and I don't mean that in a good or bad way. I mean that in a it's different kind of a way. God damn it, Evo. I swear to God. I should be mugging while I go here. Because you could argue there's other Gaiden games that have come out since then, and that would be true. You know, we've got FF7R1 and FF7R2, for example. What's that other one? World of Final Fantasy came out. I actually can't think of anything else. I know there's others. I know there's other examples of games that have come out since then. Jesus Christ, Bladetool, I need you to stop dying, please. Just quit it. Just quit dying. Well, Tactics would have been before 12. That's also true. Literally, 12 and onwards, well, excuse me, 13 and onwards were firmly Square Enix. Whereas 12 and before were firmly Squaresoft. Again, this is not a commentary on quality, just in difference in approach. Oh my god, Blade Travell leveled up. I'm glad you lived. Yeah, believe it or not, those graphics are actually copied from one of their earlier games, King's Quest. I suppose that's fair, Blade Travell. Look, you're the tank now, okay? This is your life. Live with it. No, really, live with it. I need you. No, live. Okay. Okay. Hello, Dream Whisperer. No, maybe it's Knight's Quest? I don't know. It's one of those extremely generic titles that I just blur in my head. Help me out. What's it called? I've shown it off on camera. It's an NES top-down shoot-'em-up. It was one of Square's early... Square used to do a lot of random stuff. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Alright, hang on. Hang on. I'll figure it out. Give me a second. Squaresoft games. Let's just look at a list. This will be easy. King's Knight. There it is. That took 5 seconds. So, like, do me a favor, Evo. Or don't. It's not going to say, is it? No, it's not. I'm going to have to do this myself, aren't I? Sure, you know what? I can do that. Fine, game. You think I won't? Think I'm not crazy enough to do this? Yes. Or no, they don't even target him, but sorry. Which is why Blade Travell keeps taking damage. And Ross. Ross is actually currently our main tank. I should probably fix that. Okay, hang on. So, this is a Squaresoft title. It's hilariously bad. Like, if we'll never review this because I don't own it. But, let me go ahead and die real quick just to make the point. Hang on. Let me just die. Okay, so you see that color palette? I actually think I have to get to the last stage to properly show off the actual exact color palette. But it looks familiar, right? Like... Hang on. I'll show you all 4 stages real quick. There's actually 5 stages, but... There we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at it. Oh, eat it up. Eat it up. It's actually really bad luck. Look at this. I got a single up arrow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that luck. And we're dead. One more thing. There's the desert tile. Oh, yeah. Behold the glorious desert. It's a shoot 'em up, which tends to share the same space as bullet hells. This is such a challenge. I could go into detail about why this game sucks. But suffice it to say, I like to reuse graphics. That's really the only point I was trying to make. Yeah, bullet hell's kind of a gradient. I don't know, Sephion. You're asking the wrong person. So yeah, there you go. And there's your immediate visual representation. Like, obviously this is a little bit more polished than King's Knight. A little bit. Yeah, so I might as well talk about King's Knight. I mean, why not, right? So, the way King's Knight plays is you play as a character and you go through their stage. There's a staircase hidden in the stage, which if you don't get, you have just lost the game instantly. That's not a joke, by the way. So if you ever miss any staircase, you have lost the game. There are up arrows, which raise your level, and down arrows, which actually lower it. Then there's the enemies, of course, which will just kill you, and you've just got to find the right stuff in the terrain. That's the summary. And thank you, Caspian, very much, as always. If you give me a moment, I will jot that down. For Homeworld, Metroid Prime 4, and Sly. By the way, can I just say, I'm shocked, legitimately shocked, there still has been no word on Prime 2 or Prime 3. What the hell is going on, Nintendo? Like, why? What's up? Where's my crystal? I can't see anything without it. Who stole my crystal? So there's our first quest in the game. It's actually one extensive quest, believe it or not. There's Pure. Got the heal. And another heal. Oh, and I heard you. Sorry, I just realized I didn't react. I mean, we know that they had such a troubled production, they had to literally restart production. That's never exactly a great sign. Yeah, I saw that, Blinto. So you can actually tell which treasure you've looted. Holy crap. So you have to get the staircases, you have to get the up arrows, but hang on, there's another caveat to King's Knight. If at any point in time you don't finish a stage, you have also lost the game. Which I know sounds like a duh, but if you're paying attention, as I was playing just now, I was able to die and still progress, right? Wrong. So the way the game is structured, obviously if all four characters die, then the game's over. But if anyone finishes their stage, they go on to the final stage. Here's the thing. You cannot beat the final stage without all four party members. So the game lets you go through the final stage without actually letting you complete it, because it's actually impossible to beat the final stage unless you have all four characters. But again, as Dream Whisperer already pointed out, it's actually even worse than that. Because it's not just having all four characters. You also have to have all four characters and have gotten their staircase super level on all four characters. So you need all four to get to the end, and all four need to have their special ability from doing the staircase level. Otherwise, you cannot beat the game. If you get all that, it's like a 15-minute game. Just to add to how ridiculous all this is. Let's go ahead and heal Ross here. I don't want Ross to die. And Kennex Cow. Yeah, no, that's... I don't like to use the word objectively bad. I think that would qualify as objectively bad. That's pretty awful. So I was wondering myself, Baitval, and feel free to not answer this, but I realized in the back of my mind, other than the classes, I'm wondering what's different in this version of the game. Like, let's actually think about this. So things we know are different, right? First of all, obviously there's a couple of quality of life features in how the game operates. The chests have an opening animation. You can buy more than one item at a time. There's an auto-A feature in order to kind of do inputs faster. There's the sprinting on the overworld. You know, there's definitely some quality of life features. Ooh, this is going to be fun. But, like, the other two completely recomps we've played, the remixes, right? Which is Castlevania 1 and Zelda 2. Both of those had some pretty substantial stuff changed under the hood. Now, we know this game has some bug fixes, because FF1 on the NES is hilariously bugged. But I don't know past that. Hi, Reggie. Yeah, the bug... I don't want to dismiss the bug fixes. When I say bug fixes, by the way, let me be clear. So, one of the more fundamental aspects of any RPG is you have a weapon that's good against X, Y, or Z, right? The Dragon Slayer, or the Were Slayer, or the Bug Slayer, or enemies being weak to such and such. None of that worked in FF1 on the NES. What? Oh, I'm out of mana. Yeah. Damn, Ross has become completely useless. So obviously, just having the ability to have equipment that actually works is not an insubstantial change, right? Having a run stat that works, having mages that actually scale with stats. I'm trying to think of, like, the really, really big bug fixes, the stuff that everybody would notice. The wisdom bug is probably one of the most overt bugs, because it's really bad. So for those of you not aware, in the original, the wisdom stat is never called. It exists, but no formula ever calls that value in any programming in the entire game, which means it does literally nothing. So that, you know, is exactly as awful as that sounds. In practical terms, what that means is mages never increase the damage or healing of their spells. In fact, the only reason mages are even useful in the NES version at all is because those spells' base values are worthwhile enough to be worth it on their own. True, Cyclone. That's actually a valid point. Let's see, what other major bugs exist? The encounter rate system was weird. The run property only matters based on the third person in your party. There were like 3 separate death spells, which all used different stats for some strange reason. Honestly, probably, Reggie. I suppose I'd say we'd find out, but we won't. We don't have any mage. Oh, we have 1 mage in the party. I am assuming summons do more damage based off of int. I don't actually know. Oh yeah, that's true. So there's an item in the game. It's usually considered one of the best items in the entire game. It's the Thor Gauntlets, I think is what it's called. Wow, it's even faster to save. Zeus Gauntlets, that's it. So they cast Lightning 2, I believe. And it's an item, which means you can just cast them instantly, infinitely, and for free. Which already makes it better than a Black Mage, but as just pointed out, because it doesn't, the wisdom stat doesn't matter, anybody can use that and do as much damage as a Black Mage can. Help! No. I'll look down and say no. Sorry. Hang on, where's my loot? Where's my loot? I want my loot. Give me my loot. I want my loot. I've decided in the interest of expediency to go ahead and use the map provided to just find some of these. Just be like, yep, that's where our stuff is. Let's go. Yeah, it's means to an end. I don't actually mind the hot cold minigame. It's actually not bad. I wish the sparkle showed up further away than 2 squares. But it's not bad. It's just time consuming. Just looking at the stuff we can buy here. Bunch of stuff. What's our gold like right now? 900. This town has been invaded by pirates. Oh yeah, let's see if we just saved. Let's see if there's a Eldritch Realm of Hellish Death here that we can go into. Maybe get a slightly better spell for Ross, because Ross just isn't really pulling the way I want to. Also, I just noticed the tent did not restore my mana. So while the tent is a good way to save... Nothing? Seriously? Good fortune, Mr. Red. I am sorry that I am too boring for you, but I do hope you get some good work done. See any spells worth a darn? Nope, I don't think so. Nope. Well, we already have the scimitar. Ooh. New spear, that's a lot of money. That's probably worth it. Yeah, that's probably worth the investment. Weapons in this game are almost always worth the investment, even that. So that's 5 additional hit, 7 additional damage, lower crit chance. But that's not a huge deal when 5 hit is huge in this game. There are some weapons which are better, but like reduce the hit by 5 or 10, and that's generally not worth it. Whoops. God, this menuing. Biggest complaint about this game, bar none, is the weird menu bug. Where's the item shop? Is there an item? There it is. Ugh, I actually can't afford that. So 800 gold to buy new armor for Rax. You see what I mean by the way? We're in the 2nd town and already we're at the point where I can't afford to equip 1 person. I might buy a couple of tents. Literally just to have save stats. Save slots. I was gonna say, yeah, that's just Yojimbo at that point. I do. 50 gold. Ooh, okay. I just realized I don't think I'm physically capable of doing the Peninsula of Power. First of all, I don't know if it's in this version, but second of all, the only way the Peninsula of Power works when you first get there is by having access to AoE fire spells, because you get level 2 spells in the area we're at. So you cast Ice 2, I think, or something like that. And, you know, that's how you kill them. It's also RNG. Like, you have to go first, and it has to go first. And then it has to hit a bunch of them, and then it kills them. And it's like, hey, profit. Yeah, I don't think I'm capable of taking out anything with this group. Unless, like, I get one enemy, and then get really lucky with a jump or something. I could try it, just to show it off a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty much the method right there. There's a lot of RPGs which have that kind of an approach. Save. Pray for RNG. Extremely lucrative result. Win. The funny thing is, it really is extremely lucrative. Like, even one success is so good that it's worth the investor and pretty much gets you set on the cycle, right? On the train. I actually prefer that when games let you do that. And they let you do something very risky and very difficult, but the reward is high, right? Like, it's a very valuable thing to do. To use FF6 as an example, you can go to the dinosaur forest the moment you get the airship. They will murder your face off, but it is possible, with some good RNG and knowing what you're doing, to successfully kill one of the dinosaurs. And if you kill one dinosaur, you'll get a ton of experience and magic points, which makes the second dinosaur easier, and so forth and so on, right? It's the momentum thing. So let's go and poke at it. Why not, honestly? We have a thief we can run. Ow. Come on. Oh my god, this menu. No, to the right. Why? Does anyone know Unity? Evo, you're a game developer. Oh, that's okay. We're not fighting 3 of these things. Can't run. Blade Travel can't run. What? Actually, yes, it does, Dakota. For example, the double size, which is these things, you can only have 4 of them, whereas the little size, you can have 9. And the big size, you can only have 1. There's also some mix and match. So you can have, like, 2 big, or 2 medium, excuse me, and I want to say 6 smalls. Yeah, the fact that we have no AoE right now is not exactly helping anything. Blade Taval, Blade Taval, Blade Taval, Blade Taval, Blade Taval! Stop going dead last. She's literally the last person to take action there. The entire wolf pack had a chance to go. Isaac Taft. No. We could kill that, but that's not what I'm after. That's irritating. I wouldn't fight this pack under normal circumstances. I will take that as a compliment, Zektev. Listen, if a dancer isn't quick on their feet, then they're me! Hey, I suck at dancing. Great. Can we run from this pack? Can't run. I wasn't sure. The way some of these work is if you kill the enemies that have the can't run mechanic and leave the others alive, then you can run. I don't actually know if that works in FF1, but in later games it does. Oh, whatever. Let's just go down fighting. See what kind of damage is going to look like, actually. How much health do Zombuls have? Let's look that up, because I can do that. I actually have an extremely good database for this kind of stuff. So Zombuls have 224 HP, 1,000 gold, 1,000 experience. They only have physical damage. They are undead. That's another way we could kill these. Hello, Elizar. Hello, Zar. Zar and Elizar. Oh my god! It all makes sense. Let's do one more try. Just for funsies. Yeah, fine, I'll kill you. So here's a fun factoid while I'm just sitting here, doing stupid stuff. Every enemy in the game actually has a morale stat. You're probably wondering, what the hell does that mean? Well, a morale stat determines when they decide to start fleeing from the party. It's actually a weird and honestly kind of bad mechanic, if I can be blunt, in FF1. But it means enemies have a chance to just run away from you if you're too high level for them. Note I say a chance. So, for example, the Zombuls we were just fighting have a morale stat of 136, which means if you're a higher level than 28, they will have a chance of running from you. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, no, no. Run. 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 So Elizarzar, maybe, Reggie? Or Zalizar? Zalizar, I think. That's the way to go. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. I meant to hit this button. One T-Rex. That's actually not bad. So a Tyro. Let's look this up really quick. Okay, so a Tyro has way more HP by like double the other guys, but we can run from him. All he does is white damage, which is fine. He'll probably kill us with a white hit, which is fine. He's a dragon type. That makes perfect sense. He has very, very low defense, which is good. So we're going to see what our normal damage does. 5. That's not great. Okay, so Bladefall's dead. Perfect, perfect. 35 damage. That's actually not bad. 42 damage. Okay. So we're a little under a fifth of the way through his health. $20 damage, not too shabby. $72 damage, very nice. I can't believe you lived through that, Ross. Yeah, what might end up happening here is Rax is going to live through this and kill the damn thing. And then get all the experience. By the way, this is one of those games where the experience spreads, which means fewer people alive means more experience for the survivors. A mechanic I admit I don't like, but might actually serve us in this exact case. We're getting really good rolls on our goblin punches, which is helping. There we go. Not too shabby. Yeah, 2 dead, but 2 levels for the survivors. Excuse me, 3 levels for the survivors. I think we had really bad stat rolls on that too. That's the best part. Yeah, so let's go ahead and pop a tent, because we can afford that now. Let's get out of here. Oh, right, I can't put Bladefall in the lead because he's dead. Me neither, Dream Whisperer. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm glad I literally just saved. Yep, and we're just dragging him along the grass, Reggie. This is actually not worth our time, so we're just going to try and run. Yeah, I'm going to wipe to 2 Geists because they're paralyzing me. Literally, that's where we're at. Red or Fiat, Eva? In other words, no, is the answer to your question. There's not even an attempt to explain it. The Drow continue to exist because you need to have your high-end evil faction zone. Fiat, F-I-A-T, it's like GM Fiat. In other words, it is because they say it is. No, I'm not surprised he lost the throne, Zaktav. Why go into exile, though? God, this is ridiculous. It might literally be faster to Alt F4 at this point. This is silly. I really am just being nibbled to death by cats. This is fascinating to watch. I'm glad I just saved. I was actually debating not. But then I was like, no, I can afford it now. Well, that's not exile at that point, Zaktuft. No, there's no challenge run. I'm just dying to RNG. That's it. I just died to RNG. That's all that was. This is a good time to mention the RNG in this game. Oh, Jesus Christ. We might be about to die again. Yeah. So it is literally faster to Alt F4. So we're going to Alt F4. as we have just demonstrated. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, why didn't you just save this save another slot? You can't. It doesn't work that way. You can only change a save slot in town. You know, I was actually wondering that, but I had Unity running for 4 hours yesterday. I didn't have any noticeable memory leaks, so who knows? It is Unity, so there probably is a memory leak. Hang on. Let's actually do something here. Like, I mean, of course there's a memory leak. You know what? You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that feels like the appropriate response to that nonsense. I mean, doubtful. Unity's been getting worse, not better. Although I don't know which version of Unity this is running. This game was in development for a long time. And came out last year. Well, this version came out this year, but whatever. Okay, we made it to town. Good news is we have a decent chunk of change from having done all that. So we can go buy a couple more tents. Yep, no means of rezzing. They would invent the ability to res a character on the fly until FF4. Now, I don't know if this version of the game has something, but I haven't seen anything yet. Because obviously they could have added that. Okay, so let's do another shot at that. See if we can fight something other than a T-Rex. Maybe even live through it. We did get 3 levels out of that on 2 characters. That might help. Oh, I need to redo my party order too. Actually, no, I think I'm going to leave the 2 people with the most HP up front. That feels like the right decision. Come on, Blade Tavel, let's see those running stats. Strats. Yeah, getting a giant would be fantastic. If we could kill it. Let's see, what would a giant give us? Let's pull it up here. It's not called a giant. Titan, maybe? Troll? No, we know the trolls. Great Ogre? Might be a Great Ogre. I think it's a Great Ogre. Nope, that's not it. Ogre Chieftain? No. Hillgigus. Nothing? Maybe it's spelled weird. Because all this stuff is spelled weird. Like the Frost D. Where's the damn thing? Oh, whatever. If we find one, we'll find one. We'll figure it out then. Whatever. Moving on. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, so... Just... Oh, I found it, I found it. Found it! So, yeah, they give 900 gold and 900 experience. Not as much experience as the guy we just fought, but 900 gold would be great. Okay, so let's use the tent. Pop a save. So that's 4 giants. That's, okay. Of course, Eva. I'm glad people are getting used to it. So, we're dead, right? Let's see if we can run from giants. If it didn't let me. Okay, it will. Cool. Yeah, giants are pretty... A lot of these enemies just have light damage and no abilities whatsoever. Another T-Rex. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Actually, let's not jump initially. Let's do this. And let's get her drain up. And let's have you do a mug. I know they don't have a lot of gold, but it's literally better than nothing. Yeah, it was, what, 47 gold out of that? Ooh! Jesus, Ross. I'll tell you what, having an AoE regen and heal at this level is not too shabby. But we need those goblins, so... And since Bladefall can't even do damage... Hey, Huthor. Hey, Magister. Alright, come on, good rolls, good rolls. 61. I will take that. Yep, there's another 26 gold. And you lived! You lived through a hit. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, we're back down to 75%. That's probably worth just going ahead and trying it. We'll run around. My dice luck are famously good. 92 damage on a goblin punch. Ah, dance failed. That's the consequence of that. Okay, he's dry on money. Oh! The guy with armor for 113. Well, I actually don't have armor yet, do I? Remind me to buy armor next time I can afford it. Okay, let's go ahead and jump. Let's use our last goblin. Let's try this again. Come on, I really want you to live through this. Oh my god, she lived. Come on, good roll. That was actually not a very good roll. That's okay. Okay, so I need everyone to live for a round. Until Rax comes down and possibly kills it. Because that's where we're at. Okay, so Kennex Cow's dead. Perfect, perfect. And then it's dead. Of course. Well, at least Blade Chaval lived this time, right? So Blade Chaval's going to get a little bit more HP to help with the next round. Congratulations, Uthor. Also, why didn't you already have Tiller's Rep? Yeah, Rax is going to carry pretty hard. He's already our highest level. So let's pop another tent. And back we go. Ooh, gotcha. Let me guess. It was dumb pandas and therefore... Screw that. Hey, we have our runner this time, so we might not get soft-locked trying to run from enemies. How's our gold? Oh, we got some gold. We got gold. Listen, if they don't have the war in Warcraft, what's even the point, Uthor? Am I right? Okay, so let's buy that armor I was going to grab for Rax. We can afford it now. I mean, yeah, Blades of Fall. So, worse evade, but almost double the absorb, aka for damage reduction. See, Xavion gets it. There's only one possible type of war. Get rid of that. Buy a couple more tents. Okay. At least one more. Because Rax is slowly getting stronger over there. I like how Ross is higher level than Bladeval, but Bladeval already has better HP. I mean, I guess it makes a degree of sense. Although that does mean I need to move Bladeval up a step, I just realized. Oh yeah, apparently Dawn of War 4 is happening on... Oh, I can't remember the name of the planet, but the one from Dark Crusade. Really, Uthor? Jesus, one shot. Just one shot, Kennex Cow. The Dark Angels? I don't actually know who those are. Ironically, Kennex Cow? No, you cannot. Missed! Take two. Just don't go too hog wild with those items. You only have so many, Magister. Think of the item budget, Dark Magister. You are now Dark Magister of Quel'Thalas. Oh wow, Space Hulk. I never actually sat down and played Space Hulk. Heard a lot about it though. 200 gold from that guy. That's actually not too shabby. Oh my god, Kennex Cow leveled off the Ogre. I'll take it. But Bladeval, back to the death slot. That's right, it's now a Void Elf. If you don't ask more questions, Evo, I swear to God. God dang it! Our luck is so terrible here. Okay, whatever. Let's just die. Let's just die. Okay, so the shrinking potion can lead to access a new location upon which point it wears off your normal size. There's at least two ways of getting it, which means you could get it again and play the game being tiny. Yes, you absolutely should allow that, 100%. Ugh, I don't want to meet the Ultramarines anything. Can we not with the Ultramarines? No, Bladeville, I did not. Which means Kenix Cow's about to lose that level she just got. We do not have any AoE spells, no. I'm not even sure when we'll get some at this point, honestly. Yes, you should. If you do achievements, you should have an achievement for beating the game while shrunk. Please? Hi, Loner. I love how they're all like, all right, we can attack. Let's at all six of us. It was actually like four of them. Let's attack the person we're least likely to attack. It's like a 12% chance to target the person in the back. And they're all like, yeah. There. Okay, give me some good luck. That. Okay. I mean, it's good luck. Listen, bad parenting is the result of a lot of problems in real life. I'm just saying. Alright, Kenix Cow. I know you're in the back row. And I know that you're the least likely to be attacked. But I need you to not be attacked, okay? I need you to live. You're the one not leveling. Because you're not the one not living. Please. Okay, he didn't attack you. That's good, that's good. Doing good, doing good. Staying alive. Okay, you missed. That's not great. Hey! Everyone lived. That's the first time everyone's lived through a battle up here. Yay! Kenix Cow's HP went up. Everything else too, but like the main thing's the HP. I'm actually gonna pop a tent. For the second time. Okay, now what do we get? 2 giants. Okay. And our Ross is completely out of magic. Sure. could be worse. That didn't say 868 gold stolen, right? Like, I didn't misread that. Right? Because that would be crazy. Like, I know it's 50% to 100%. 100% would be 879 gold. So, yeah. And that was 500 gold. Yeah. Oh, I'm out of potions, that's why. Let's go and jump. This might be bad. We'll see what happens. Ooh. Please jump. Please jump. Ah, thank you. I'd also like it if that giant would die. That would be considered a good thing, relatively speaking. Please die. Damn. Oh! And the jump missed. God dang it. God dang it. And, yeah. Okay, so we're dead. Damn! I actually thought we could manage this. That miss, though. That was the end of that right there. I'm gonna go down swinging. Yeah, if I had my goblin cast, that would have been fine. Oh, hey! It's a shame tents don't restore mana. It's a shame we can't run and retain the win. Because I would totally do that. Both of my runners are still alive. You know, I could keep my gold. That's actually an interesting point. So I don't get the experience, but I now have a bunch of gold. I'm not going to save that, but let's see if we can make it back to town. If we can't, whatever. We'll just RNG it. Paralyzed. And then Bladefell's like, I got you! Picks up Kennexcow and just runs. Run! What a boots, Uthor. What'd they do with it? So now that we're just swimming in gold. For the only time in the game. Alright. I do like seeing more of the Tomb Kings. Let's do a couple more here, because we're kind of starting to hang a little bit better. Did I ever buy the armor? I did buy the armor, I think. I'll double check in a second. Once the enemy's finished hitting me for 1 damage. Listen, the shops are... They're a thing. Yes. Yes, we did actually buy his armor. We've actually bought all the things we could buy in the current town. Other than just getting more tents. 3? No. A little over double across the board, Dakota. In some cases, more than double. Okay. These frickin' giants. And by giants, I mean zombies. The funny thing is, in most playthroughs, the zombies are one of the best things to get, because they're weak to fire and Dia. And normally you have a black mage and a white mage in the party. So you can just sweep them easily. Like four zombies is one of the most ideal assets here. Yeah, Behemoths, that's actually an interesting one, because Behemoths didn't even exist in this franchise until 2. There was a boss in 2. So what's his, like, gimmick, or do we know yet, Uthor? Well, there goes the zombie. How bad are trolls? As Bladefall is killed. Let's see here. Trolls. So they have less HP, and give less gold, and give less experience. They're of the regenerating family. Should have done that the last round. I like how every summon is like Earthquake. Oh, geez, Huthor. I'm guessing he gets some benefit from being in dead terrain or whatever. Also, I've always loved how the trolls are just like... Ah! Like, I don't know what they've seen. They do not enjoy whatever they have seen. Oh, God. That would be truly horrifying, Luke. Ugh. Okay, there goes some of my damage. That's an interesting question, Morganite. This was actually considered revolutionary for the time. Actually having a battle arena where you could see, like, where you're fighting. You see the grass in the distance? This was, I know that sounds strange from a modern perspective, but unironically, this was revolutionary for the time, graphics-wise. It's actually something I've talked about a few times. Square gets a bad rap for being pro-graphics at the expense of gameplay nowadays. It's worth noting, they have always been pro-graphics at the expense of gameplay. Like, a lot of their early games are kind of crazy for how visually impressive they were for the times. No, Dragon Quest actually didn't have an arena at all. Okay. Well, Rax, enjoy 3,000 experience, or whatever that is. I'm gonna go and lock that in. And run for town. As I say, if I encounter some Geists, this is over. Let's just strike first. So while this is taking 7 years... Let me show you something. Because RPGs back in the day... I've actually already shown you this with Ultima. I'm not going to pull Ultima again. Up again. But let me show you. Whoops. Oh my god, shut up, 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 shut up. Oh god, please shut up. Please, for the love of God, shut up. Why aren't you shutting up? Why haven't you shut up yet? Okay. Right. Hang on, hang on. No, no, god damn it. Hang on. No, no. No. Ah! Lucky. Yeah, someone asked me if FF1 or Dragon Quest 1 has worse graphics, brickwork specifically. This is what Dragon Quest 1 looks like. Yeah, it's actually a tutorial. It's when we get to covering this, if we ever cover the NES version. It's not a bad room in terms of tutorially, but that's not the point. The point is I want to show you what combat looked like in Dragon Quest 1. This is what combat looked like in Dragon Quest 1. There would be an image, which would render, along with a static shot of the one enemy. You could only fight one enemy at a time in Dragon Quest 1, and you only had one party member. This is one of the reasons I mentioned that the under the hood stuff was completely different in Dragon Quest 1. But you see what I mean? There's no alternate line battlefield. There's no arena. It's just... And yes, this was based off of Wizardry, or no. No, this was based off of Might and Magic, which itself was based off of Ultima. There we go. Sorry, I had to get my order correctly there, because Wizardry didn't show up for years. As opposed to this. What's funny is there has been some reports, although I've never been able to substantiate these, so consider these rumor, that one of the reasons FF1 looks so different from the Dragon Quest is because they were deliberately trying to make themselves look different. After all, Dragon Quest was already a household name. In fact, Dragon Quest is the reason that RPGs were proven to be financially viable in Japan, which Sakaguchi was able to take to the executives at Squaresoft and say, you should let me make the RPG I've been wanting to make for years. And they were like, fine, fine, you make a stupid RPG. God. Don't shut up about it. And they made FF1, which was a smash hit and saved the company and blah, blah, blah. Proving, as usual, executives have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Oh yeah, here's another interesting factoid while we're on the subject. Please don't poison me again. So when I say don't poison me, what I meant... So I've actually contested the idea that these are... Yeah, negative effects in RPGs. Thanks, game. What do we got? What do we got? Oof. Okay, so we're dead. So let's just alt F4. That's literally going to be faster. So this is getting into the asterisky nitty-gritty stuff, but several people have asked why I tend to not be into anime, and indeed why I tend to not like most JRPGs. The answer is because most JRPGs suck, but actually I think there's another interesting answer to that. It's because the two biggest and most popular JRPGs were based off of Western RPGs. Both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy drew almost all of their inspiration from Ultima, Might and Magic, and Dungeons and Dragons. FF1 is basically a D&D video game. Like, just straight up. It's one of the reasons why they use so many enemies directly out of the monster manual. Like, copy-pasted. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Whereas most of the more JRPGs were much more inspired by local stuff, most notably anime. Ys is a good example of that. Tales of Phantasia is another good example of that. Or not Tales of, sorry. Tales of was a good example of that. But I didn't mean that. I meant Genesis 1, I can't think of the name of. Phantasy Star? And yeah, Trails. Before the Trails... I forget the original Trails games. We talked about that, how they were actually the grandpappies of JRPGs. And far more JRPG than other games. Although I'm getting it confused. Legend of Heroes, thank you. Yeah, so Legend of Heroes, Ys, Tales of, and Phantasy Star were all much more inspired by anime and much more inspired by Japanese influences. Let's mug the troll. Damn. It hit. It even crit, but it didn't kill. Please kill. Please kill. Good morning, Spartan. Please kill. Oh, thank God. Okay. I really need to head back to town and buy some items after this, if I'm going to do this. Okay. So status effects is another fascinating topic we could discuss here. Status effects is one of those weird things because I feel like status effects tends to just be, of course you targeted Blade Default. Of course you targeted Blade Default. Why wouldn't you? Who else would you possibly attack? There's no other possible targets here but Blade Default. What a troll. Because, see, the enemy name was a troll. Back to town. I'm not even going to save that. You have one runner left. Maybe. Please. Please. Okay. She did not successfully run. Status effects. So, like, a lot of status effects kind of fall into that whole artifact design thing, right? Why do enemies have poison damage? Well, because poison damage is one of the most bog standard status effects that exists. It's in like every RPG in the history of the ever. So of course you've got to have poison because that's what you do, right? Very few games in my experience actually do anything with status effects that's actually worth a damn. FF5 is a notable exception there, but that's because FF5, in addition to making the status effects interesting, also made them fascinating. Like, there were some fun status effects in FF5. Like, Old is a status effect in 5, which does nothing, but every so often, every periodic action, as time goes on, their stats just kind of go down, and down, and down, and down. And it doesn't really cap. Eventually their stats will hit 1, and then just sit there. And let me tell you, that sucks when it's done on you, but because FF5 was actually a well-designed game, you can actually use status effects on bosses, and so you could make a boss just do less and less and less and less damage. Oh, 100% bosses should be affected by status effects. 100%. Every time I've encountered an RPG that lets you put status effects on the boss, it has been a more enjoyable experience for that. Every single time. got some money. I could buy some stuff here. Let's go ahead and get rid of these poison items here. Oh, I can start buying cabins soon. So, you know, poison's just kind of whatever. In my experience, poison is most interesting when it does something other than just does damage, right? So in this game, it does a static amount of damage. I believe it's 5 to 10 per tick. Something like that. You give some decent gold. Let's go and kill you. Words. So, poison, that's it. Like, right? That's it. That's all poison does. Is it just damage per tick or damage per step. And that's it. It's not particularly useful. I've seen some games vary poison. In fact, we can use Pokemon as an example of that. Because Pokemon has the concept of badly poisoned, which is actually a really cool idea. Badly poisoned does more damage every tick. So it'll do like 1, and then 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then 16, and then 32, and so forth and so on. Those are made-up numbers, but you get the idea. It is an escalating freight train of damage, which makes it way more useful. Yeah, some games have poison where poison does percentage damage. I want to say Elden Ring did that, but don't quote me. That might have been ice damage at that in Elden Ring. But anyways, point being, some games do percentage damage, which means poison's never not useful. That's right, FF10 does do the percentage. So we got plenty of tents now. Yeah, and then Scarlet Rock came around. I was like, ooh, that's terrible. My God. Well, I guess that's what you call a near-miss experience, Spartan. I'll be here all night. Let's go mod this thing. That's another thing I've seen to quite, although not as often as you'd think. So some games do the thing where, like, you poison them and it does, 5 damage per tick. But if you poison them again, it does 10 damage per tick. And, escalating. In other words, making it so that poisoning and repoisoning and re-poisoning is worthwhile, is something that's actually worth doing. You know what? I'm not going to jump. I'm actually not going to jump. So, like, and yeah, you can also do poison as a setup, as a combo move. This does more damage if they're poisoned, is something that's really common. I'll use a specific example. In World of Warcraft, most of the rogue specs, most notably Assassin spec, there's a lot of talents that synergize with your poison. You do this if the target is poisoned is a pretty common thing. Yeah, Dragon Quest XI did that as well. So poison can be made good. That's kind of the summary here. Most people don't bother. Most games don't bother, but you can make even the most basic of status effects something worth a damn. And in my experience, the games that really stretch out and have weird, fun, interesting status effects tend to be the cooler ones. I hate to default on this, but once again, FF5 has some really cool, fun, interesting status effects. The FF series in general played around with status effects for a while there. This is now level 9. Woo! Kennex Cow's up to 6. How are we doing? Not too bad, actually. Blade Cheval's falling behind for some reason. So, there's a game that I can never pronounce. Yoshiri no Mirihito or something like that. It's a Japanese name. It's an NES game and it sucks. It's one of the worst games ever made. Because that's the tutorial area? Sorry? Hoshi wo Mirohito. How do you know that, Mr. Red? I introduced you to that game and I don't know that. What the hell? Anyways, in that game there was a poison status effect, and because that game was programmed by someone who didn't really know what programming was, it actually the only way to get rid of it is to do a full heal. In other words, you have to basically hit the inn in town. That's it. That's the only way to get rid of poison. Otherwise, it just sits there forever. You are poisoned forever. I should mention there's only one inn in the entire game because there's only one town in the entire game. So, that sucks. I want you to imagine just being poisoned in the middle of a dungeon and being like, well, this is my life now. I guess I'll live with this. And what the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're all dead. We're all dead. Okay. Yeah. We're gaming. Yeah, frost wolves. Yikes. Yeah, I guess I'll die then. Oh, speaking of, Jesus Christ. Okay. These stupid enemies. But yeah, there are a couple crazy ones. Usually older games. Look at, so a lot of that comes from, okay, so you can actually follow the train of logic. It completely lied, Czar. It lied to you. I'm so sorry. The chain of logic makes sense, but it's really frustrating that the developers followed it for actual decades. So back in wargaming, if you had a poison status effect for a specific unit, then the point is that unit is going to die. It's going to die slowly, but like that's the mechanical point there. That unit is now a guaranteed death, so your job is to try and squeeze as much use out of that unit before it eventually dies, okay? This is wargaming back in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, to be very clear about this. So then we fast forward a little bit to Chainmail, which was based off of wargaming. And as I've talked about several times, a lot of the early questionable decisions in Dungeons & Dragons 1st Edition boils down to the fact that it was originally designed around a wargame where your units were supposed to die regularly. Like, that was a regular feature. So, a lot of status effects in 1st Edition D&D either didn't go away at all, ever, or required extremely powerful spells in order to try and fix that. Even much more modern games. I'll use a specific example. Baldur's Gate 2, which was like, what, 99 or something like that? If you want to get rid of level drain, then you have to get restoration or greater restoration. I forget what. Jesus Christ! Why? Why? What's with these frost wolves? I just why? Why do you hate me, game? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know what? Let's guaranteed reset the RNG there. Flush the memory while we're at it. Anyways, so a lot of those status effects back in old 1st Edition either never went away or were extremely difficult to get rid of. So then we fast forward to games like Ultima and whichever was first, Wizardry or Might and Magic. I can't remember which, and I don't care. And then Final Fantasy 1 and then Dragon Quest 1. A lot of those games were following the design principles set by Dungeons & Dragons, which were following design principles based off of Chainmail, which is following design principles based off of Wargames. I don't know what that achievement is. That would actually be funny, but no, we didn't fight four frost wolves this time. Yay! Woo! We're not instantly dead to something we basically can't do anything against. There really isn't, Mook. That's how the Peninsula of Power works. Yes, you're back to being alive, Kenix Cow. We have rewound the time stone a little bit. Ooh. Oh my god, they just crit us. Should probably mug this guy. And Kennex Cow's dead. Couldn't even move. Couldn't even do anything. Imagine doing this, by the way, without the targeting rollover. Because that's how it is in the original FF. It truly is the death slot. That's just what it is. It's just the death slot. So I'm trying to think of when I first started encountering status effects that were more interesting. I want to say FF4 was one of the first times I started seeing status effects that weren't just the basics, right? In FF4, you had Sap, which is based on Bleed, but was actually different than Poison. So you had Sap, you had Poison, you had Gradual Petrify, you had Petrify, Paralyze, Stun, Sleep, Float, that was another one. I'm trying to remember. I think there was Haste, there was Reflect, was another one. It was a decent spread. It wasn't, like, super great. Granted, that was 91, so pretty far in, relatively speaking. Surely there was another RPG that had interesting status effects prior to that. I'm just not thinking of any off the top of my head. Like I said, that was the first time I started encountering that. Yeah, Petrify can be very, very useful in some games. Cough, cough, FF10. Where Petrify can actually carry you through literally about a quarter of the game. I don't even remember how Reflect works in Tactics. Well, like... Oh, so, okay, it literally bounces as opposed to just... more statically bounces. I know that these are invalidated by cabins, but these are just save points at this point. That's just 90 saves I just bought. In fact, let's test something. There we go. It won't let me overbuy. So now we have 99 saves in our pocket. Interesting that it lets us overbuy in terms of money, but not in terms of resources. Anyways. Interesting. That sounds weird. Of course, yeah, the computer can do all sorts of random, interesting stuff in Tactics, because they can calculate that stuff. God, Rax is over 200 HP already. Jeez Louise. So, okay, Ross is in the death slot. We just keep rotating the death slot. Kennex Cow, I need you to survive an encounter. An encounter. That's all I'm asking. 1. I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. I'm so sorry. I have failed you. That's actually probably not worth the time. We can't put Rax in the death slot because he's the carry. Always with the T-Rexes. We're up to 5 goblin spells, which is actually pretty nice at this point. I need to figure out where the second dance is, because I'm assuming there's none in Provoca. I mean, don't mistake me, the Drain Samba is actually a pretty nice starter spell for her, but that's all she's got at the moment. Elfheim, that's not very far, really. Dance failed. 80% chance. Kennex Cow. 80% chance. Ross is a summoner. Evoker. I do not have access to save states at all, Tracy Norse. We are not playing the oh my god, Blade Travol's dead. What the hell? Blade Travel. How dare. Yeah, there's no save state. Another 80% failure, by the way. That's true. I told Kennex Cow to live. And she has been obeying so far. Good job, Kennex Cow. Alright, so Ross is dead. That's 3 failed dances in a row. Each one was an 80% chance to succeed. But Kennex Cow lived! She's now level 7. Let's go and just head back to town here. Let's go fight some pirates and get access to better spells. Better spells, better equipment. Of course, I just spent a lot of money. I probably shouldn't have done that. We're about to have access to the boat, though, which will speed this up a little bit. Literally about to. It's the next step, is to get the boat. Yeah, I forget if that was in the SNES version or not, Reggie, but I think it was. Pretty sure it was. This town has been invaded by pirates. I love how her walking sprite is just her knee. Her shoving her shin into people, like, hello. I am Bike the Pirate, and I'm actually a woman. Surprised you scurvy dogs have the nerve to face me. Mates, get these landlubbers. Oh no, 9 pirates. See if they have any money. Blade Travel, mug them. This is technically a boss, by the way. Very technically. Yeah, 1 is minimal damage. To my knowledge, you cannot do 0 damage in this one. Like, the math doesn't allow for it. Later games do actually allow that. So this game has a stat called Absorb, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's your damage reduction. And, no matter what your Absorb is, you cannot reduce stuff below 1. So there's some interesting ways that interacts with each other. So, for example, monks have very low Absorb penetration. Specific weapons usually actually have something built into the weapon that makes them penetrate Absorb. So you'd think monks do less damage than fighters, but the thing is, the way Absorb is calculated is calculated before the damage is brought down, if that makes sense. So it's like, calculate strength versus attack minus Absorb, and then multiplied by armor equals damage. So the Absorb is early on in the equation, which means that eventually monks just kind of start powering through enemies' Absorb. And because of the way it's calculated, they start doing really crazy damage later on. At least in the original. We got the ship. Okay, so now we can talk to people. The elves live across the sea. Matoya's herb is the only thing that'll wake the prince. Okay. Thank you, we don't need to be afraid of pirates anymore. Yay. We have a little bit of gold. Not a lot. Ships can only stop at ports. There are no ports to the north. I am Darilon, the dancer. My sister told me about you. Thank you for defeating those nasty pirates. Now I can finally dance freely. Here, watch this. Learned Quick Step. So Quick Step... Decrease all foes' evade and hit percent by 20 points. That's not small. Reducing their hit point... So, that's kind of the Pokemon thing, right? We talked about that earlier. Yesterday, excuse me. That's a pretty big reduction. I've escaped from Melmond in the west. My town is in trouble. Please help them. No. I refuse. Yeah, 5 times and they just do not... Honestly, a general rule of thumb is cast it twice. And 2 casts is enough to cover it. It's like a 90% chance to miss or not be hit at that point. I forget the exact math, please don't ask me. But a lot of challenge runs specifically get the spells that reduce hit and reduce evade because it is such a huge change. Okay, so no stuff in town. That's okay. Hang on, did I talk to this guy? Get away, get away. Okay, yeah, we're cool. So let's go hit Elfheim. See if there's something new to buy. So an interesting little facet. We get the ship very early on if you're paying attention. We haven't even done the first dungeon yet. But the ship at the beginning of the game is actually extraordinarily limited. You're stuck in a lake, essentially. One of the things that FF1 does very well, and I'll always give it credit for this, is its overall design is really smart. At every point in time, just by the nature of the terrain design, you're kind of guided in what you can access, but that opens up over time. So at the beginning of the game, you can only do one thing. For example, at the very beginning of the game, all you can do is go to Garland's temple and fight Garland. That's it. You have no other options. Then it opens up a little bit more. You can access Matoya's cave and Provoca, and that's it. Then you get access to the boat, and you can access the Marsh Cave, Astos's castle, and Elfheim. Once you open up out of the lake, it gets even more open-ended. And pretty much by the time you get the canoe, you're almost at the freedom point. You have to know what you're doing to really properly take advantage of the freedom point. But once you have the canoe, you can go just about anywhere. Point in fact, the moment you get the canoe, you can go do the Castle of Ordeals immediately, and then go get the floater stone to get the airship, and then go get your class upgrade. Right after you get the canoe. So yeah, here's some nice spells. We, of course, cannot afford. And yeah, it's kind of Metroid-y in the way that the overworld's designed, which is good. I've actually, of all the games I've analyzed over the years, I think Metroid games tend to be the best examples of what I look for in good overworld design, and that applies regardless of genre. I think that's better. 1355. Someone remember that. 1355. Oof. Okay, hang on. 1355. Let's look at that first. Oh, you're dual wielding right now. I didn't even realize that. Either way, that is better. A little lower hit, but yeah. That is 17, 10, 3.5. 17, 10, 3.5. 17, 10, 3.5. That is 25, 15, 3.5. Yeah, that's worth it. Unfortunately, we can't afford it because I burned all my money on tents earlier. Because I'm a dumbass. You see how equipment rapidly gets more expensive, by the way. Like, very, very rapidly. Nobody can equip shields, of course. That's... I'm gonna buy that right now. Here, Canex Cow, have a wool scarf. It increases your chance to hit. That's probably worth getting for Rax. That's worth getting for everybody. But that's going to be 4,000 gold to do. That's going to lower our evade, but only by 1. It's going to increase our absorb by 4. You can only access... So here's a fun little bad interface thing for you. You have to go to the weapon shop to sell weapons. Which is doubly irritating, because you can only even see the option to sell them if you're at the weapon shop. And it's not really good on the feedback either. Like, I demonstrate, but I literally just did it. Nothing really indicates that you've completed a transaction other than the fact that you've hit the button. Houses are 3,000? I mean, it better be, Mook. Astos wears a disguise and lurks in seclusion. Long ago I wandered into the northwest. I found an ancient castle that was so spooky I left immediately. Ugh. Swords and armor made of silver are very powerful. That sounds like some propaganda. The prince must wake soon or the dark elf will dominate. And yeah, no spells. I think it's actually it in town. See if there's any portals to the underworld here. Just while we're here. Our prince was to become king, but now he's asleep, and we can't crown someone who's asleep. That'd be silly. There's the healing waltz. Alright, excuse me. Let's see how bad this is. So we've already gotten Goblin and Kieran. Any guesses to our third summon? What do you seek? Is it 4 mad ponies? 3 mad ponies. I can even go up to 5 mad ponies. Would you like 4? I just noticed the mad ponies have horns, which means those are mad unicorns. Why are the unicorns trying to kill us? What have we done? Dance failed. Genex Cow, we need to have a chat. What did I do, Blade Default? Listen, I need to continue living, no matter the cost. I need to drink their blood. Listen, I figured out a way to fix all of this. I just need a little bit of your blood, please. Just a little. Just a drop or two. You're not using all of it. Right? You're okay with giving me some of your blood, aren't you? Oh my god. Not having fast forward is hurting, I'm going to tell you what. Just... Oof. Ah, double poison. Speaking of status effects. Ugh. still don't have any AoEs. I'm not sure I ever will with this party, actually. Unless any summons become AoEs, I guess. You know what? You're literally not worth my time and effort. And I have a guaranteed runner in my party. Although the entire party is now poisoned. The entire party is now poisoned. Let's see. What was that one I just got? No. There was one that was like glittery, but I don't remember which one it was. Creatural appropriation, maybe? Poached monster? No, that's not it. Finish a battle with no weapons or armor equipped in your entire party. Yeah, I've been there. Tradition. Yeah, no, I remember that. It's tradition. I remember that. Defeat 5 enemies with regular melee attacks, no weapon equipped. What was maximum shine? Oh, use combat abilities 100 times. Get a game over by drowning? How? Like, literally, how? Nah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know how that's physically possible. Literally, don't know how that's physically possible. Do you seek comfort? No, I'm looking for power right now. Do you have any power? I can really go for some power right now. Oh, Jesus. Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Why does Ross always go first? I've noticed that. His speed is, like, way high or something. Either that or it's just pure random, one of the two. Not sure which. Do you seek an end to all suffering? Alright. This is it. Any last guesses? It's Unicorn. Oh, I don't think we can do this. Yeah, triple paralyzers alone. That's very strange. The Unicron just killed half his... well, damaged half his party. I mean, there is no setting of FF, so I suppose never would technically be the answer to that, Mook. Having said that, the first FF I would say has a strong story focus would actually be 4. If you want to think about the question in that direction. Yeah, right before I got the AoE heal off, Kenixio, obviously. Well, if we're talking about the first FF that looked like itself, I'm still actually going to go with 4. Because, yeah, you're right. FF1 is just a D&D game. I've actually talked about that before. FF2 is a saga game. It was completely different vibe, style, approach, everything. FF3 was FF1 plus FF2. Mostly just experimenting with a lot of tech stuff. That leaves FF4. FF4 is not the first game with Moogles, is not the first game with Chocobos, is not the first game with Ancient Aliens, or advanced tech, or airships. But it is the first game to have all of those things. It's also the first game that really codified what it meant to be an FF. There's a reason I call it the seminal Final Fantasy game. I don't want to overpraise. That's not the point of this. But FF4 is, in basically every way, the first FF. Could you guys stop being paralyzed? Please. Like, that's gonna wear off, right? Right? Jesus Christ. See, I don't think Ross can carry this without any mana. It's true, Bladefall is no longer paralyzed. And neither's Rax. Oh. What a strange dream. Wow. Those frickin' paralyzed completely neutered my ability to do anything there. I wonder all the ponies are so mad. Like, for example, Chocobos existed in FF2 as just a creature that you use to get from point A to point B. There's no, like, there's nothing there, right? Airships exist in FF1. That was just a way to access certain parts of the map. There's no relevance to that on either axis, really. Hell, even the plot of the games doesn't really get going. Like, name a character which has some substantial characterization to them before FF4. Yes, Valerian. Just for Blue Mage, nothing else. So we're going to approach this a little bit differently. Of course they get a first strike. And they instantly paralyze Rax. God damn it. I do not have the ability to remove paralysis. So we are going to do this differently than last time. We're actually going to get Kieran going. We're going to mug the unicorn while we're here. Or we're not going to do that because we're paralyzed now. This is great. This is a wonderful thing that's happening. Ah, the unicorn had no gold. Okay, so let me really line up how pathetic and stupid this is, okay? So what I did there was I was like, all right, I want you, Ross, to go ahead and do an AoE heal. Ross was like, sure thing, and then immediately got paralyzed before he could do anything. So I'm like, okay, no problem. Kennex Cow, I want you to cure paralysis. And Kennex Cow was like, sure, no problem. And then immediately got paralyzed before she could do anything. That is not hyperbole. That's actually what just happened there. And now my biggest damage dealer is paralyzed, which is really great that that's a thing that's true. What's really sad is I actually have 2 healers in this party. No, I'll tell you one thing, and no offense, Blageball, but so far the biggest load is actually... oh, Healing Waltz did not cure paralysis. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, Blade Taval doesn't do the damage of Rax, and doesn't have the tanking of anybody, and it basically just isn't a very good combat character. Like, again, no offense, but it's just like... oh, thank God paralysis wore off. Blade Taval's main contribution to the party is being able to move quickly, steal, and getting items, which is useful. It's worth doing. I made that choice deliberately. But it does mean kind of carrying around a character in combat. See, I had a whole strategy for this fight. I did. I actually had a whole way I was going to deal with this fight. And then I got paralyzed. And then I got paralyzed. And then I got paralyzed. Obtained unicorn. I can't even look at his spells with him dead. Hang on. Get up. It's a level 3 spell. We missed something somewhere. Restores health and removes most status effects from all allies. So that's 2 AoE heals that I have on my summoner. That's interesting for early game. Not complaining, just interesting. I don't know where the items are here. Let's see. Where are we? There was a summit in Matoya's cave? Whoops. Well, we can go back and get that. We have the boat now. The world is our oyster. Kind of. Once we get the canoe, the world is our oyster. Okay, so that's all the items here. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Flusra da. There's a petrify removal right there. Get out of the way. 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 Oh my god. Oh, the prince is asleep. For 5 years, the princess slept under Astos' spell. Only Herb can awake him. Look. Wait, that makes Valerian the prince. Okay, so... let's actually equip that. And then... And then that's actually it. Let's sell the other thing. Yeah, Valerian, I need you to be on the herb. That's true. Let's see. What's in Astos' lair? Copper bracelet, soft, and some gold. And then, of course, Marsh Cave. Ah, Marsh Cave. Oh, there's a lot of crap in the Marsh Cave. Oh, my. There's a lot of crap in the Marsh Cave. Marsh Cave is the first dungeon. We're not at the first dungeon yet, but I've always found that weird about the structure of FF1. You go through 3 towns, 2 side areas. Excuse me, 3 side areas, 2 towns. There's nope, still wrong. 3 towns, 3 side areas, and get the ship before you have access to the first dungeon. And you can count Garland as the first boss, and that's valid. But if you don't, then the first boss is actually quite a ways in. It would be the vampire at that point. Or just Lich. Okay. Let's grab a save. A save from Shadow Machine. Yeah, there's the wizards. Nobody counts wizards. I mean, they've been crap for years at this point. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Always appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. And I will add Dawn of War 4 to the list. Actually, can someone do me a favor and check, is Dawn of War 4 on the list? I don't remember if someone's added it or not. Also, I just noticed we put Blade Taval in the death spot again. Like you do. Whoops. Okay, look, you're literally not worth the time. This is one of the downsides of having access to the Peninsula of Power. Most everything else just kind of isn't worth it all of a sudden. The good news is we have a guaranteed runner. Ah! Perfect. So you want to put it towards 2 other things, Shadow Machine. Let me know. You got it. Dispatch and Expedition 83. Done. Hooray! Did you meet a smith? Our blacksmith? With the crystal, even the blind can see. Astos stole it from Matoya. The earth is rotting slowly from the west. That sound? Narek is digging a canal. The bracelet can protect you like armor. Dwarves can see in the dark. That's, I'm looking for the floater. I'll bet with it I could float anything. Even these junk bonds I've been trying to get rid of. Long ago, Kuniria's treasure guarded the use of TNT. What? For the Light Warriors, I'll make a truly legendary sword. However, my supply of adamant is exhausted. Oh, okay. With the crystal, even the blind can see. Yep, yep. So, similar to some other RPGs we've actually played recently, most of the people in town say something useful. To kind of help you with where you're going, what you're doing, etc. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, the overworld limitations kind of serve as a additional bit of guidance as well. Alright, so where is our summon? There it is. Come here, delicious summon. We haven't saved in a while, so this is a great idea. So this is probably going to be easier than Unicorn, right? Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Then they give you the Mystic Key. And there's actually quite a few doors. I want to say like 8 or 9 doors that all require the Mystic Key, which you get as a result of doing the first major quest chain in the game. But yeah, it basically just means go back to all the areas you've just been at in order to progress. It is actually interesting to me. The first part of the game is fairly guided, and the second part of the game is much more open. The first part of the game arguably has way more in terms of story, whereas the second part of the game kind of doesn't. There's this whole dynamic with the elves and Matoya and Astos and whatever he's up to. Jelly, scum, and muck. Great. But yeah, all of that goes out the window and it just becomes about the 4 fiends as soon as you get it past the lake. As soon as you get the canoe, like I said. Mud, clay, and rock. Rock and stone. Hold firm, tough. Bend, break. Drown and suffocate. What was it? Burn and crush and drown and suffocate, I think was the full quartet. Look, it could be worse. It could be Magic the Gathering cards, Spartan. Could you imagine? Buying Magic the Gathering cards. So I'm guessing Golem, but I'm not sure what Golem will do. Let's find out. Oh, that's gonna suck. Okay. Let's immediately jump. Let's raise her hit chance. And let's use Goblin. Because it's the only damage I think I can do to these slimes. Stone Skin. Yeah, Gollum, by the way, is without question the most overpowered character. Excuse me, summon in Final Fantasy V. So he throws up a shield wall, which it kind of interrupts the damage calculation, if that makes any sense. In other words, it doesn't actually the damage calculation doesn't happen. Let's just put it bluntly. Instead, the damage just hits the wall and does nothing. And that is incredibly useful. Yeah, it's a straight up bubble. It's a barrier in 5. It's still useful in other FFs, obviously. It's an AoE nope spell. What do they call that? There's actually a term for that. No cell. It's an AoE no cell. I might be stuck here a while trying to kill these stupid slimes. Let's go and try to crit them. Let's see if that does anything. Because jump also bypasses absorb defense, that is to say. They hit hard too. Thank you for not stumbling, Kennex Scout. Yeah, exactly, Reggie. Even then, it was still useful. Just not, ridiculously useful. Only have 2 more goblins. Yeah, I didn't really notice this until this exact fight, but I don't have a lot of magic damage right now. Okay, thank God. So, jump, as I mentioned, jump penetrates defenses, which means it penetrates things that are resistant to physical damage, aka slimes. Rax might carry us to victory here. Again. Yeah, just Rax doing Rax things. You strong. So, Golem spell. I'm guessing... I'm not actually sure what it does exactly for us. Stone Skin. Creating a stone barrier that absorbs an amount of damage equal to 20 plus the caster's level times 2. So... Wait, what? That's actually duplicative, because the order of operations would change how much that changes, but that could be like 34, no, 36 damage absorbed, which is not shabby. It could also be 48, depending on order of operations. Right, items. Let's see, what do we got? This is why order of operations matters. Ooh, we found a log sword, which I don't think we can use. Like, in general. Yeah, no, nobody can use that. Cool. give the cap to Ross. Give him a little bit more absorb. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit up Latoya's place. While we're here. I could wait, but honestly, I'd like to make Ross as useful as possible before I move on. Sassy cat girl, maybe, Blake Duvall? That would actually be funny. This game came out well after FF14, so it's not like it couldn't. While we're here, though. I'm curious of something. So, okay. So, inn price is dependent on the inn, not your level. That always kind of irritates me in games. A lot of enemy recolors in this game. But unlike some other games I can mention, Nintendo, most of those recolors are just stat changes, as opposed to actually changing how they act. I mean, if it's Kachi, I'm gonna laugh. Don't you mean Cait Sith? Yes. Yes, I do. Isn't there a... Oh, there's the dock. I knew there's a dock further up here. Yeah, you know the use of the thief? The use of the thief is being able to sprint on the overworld. And in dungeons. What? Okay. Well, let's kill the brooms. Most of it, yes. That reminds me, I need to test something to see if it's worth a damn. But yes, this is Uematsu. Way back in the day. He actually had done quite a few songs before he did FF1. What's this, another intruder? No, no, no! I will not stand for this. First, that stupid witch barges into my home and traps me here in this accursed form. Now you think you can just walk in here and do as you please? I used to be a witch too, you know. Heck, even in this form, I still have a trick or two up my sleeve. How about I teach you a lesson? Yeah. So, the main reason I thought that might be a thing is because there's already a sprite for Cait Sith in FF6, specifically. I wonder how much money a broom has. Not a lot, it turns out. That is an AoE confuse. That's extremely bad. Wow. Good news is Unicorn kills? Cures, I guess it's the same thing. Confusion. Jesus Christ. That is crazy. Here's the real question. Is any boss in the game vulnerable to confusion? Because I can think of a couple of boss fights where that would be really helpful. Only a couple, but still. Of course Rax misses with jump. Thanks, Rax. Thanks. Appreciate ya. Slow their hit and evasion over here. Rax is like tired. Hashtag relatable. I like how I only have one attack summon so far. I'm not even mad about that. It's kind of cool. Instead of just, you know, Ifrit, aka an AoE fire spell, or Shiva, aka an AoE cold spell. Good night, Evo. Get some good rest. Hopefully. Kea, give up. Look, I'm sorry for the way I treated you. Please, take me with you. You can't leave me here. You can't, please. Power. Okay. So we're still missing one level 3 summon. I'm not in a hurry on that. It's nice to keep track of it that way. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. I mean, there's only there are 2 places I can go to I haven't been to yet. I'm gonna laugh if it's the frickin' Illithids. It's just like the magic is in the original FF. So in the original FF, FF1, they used the D&D magic system, also known as the worst magic system in the known history of the universe. So the way it works is you have so many casts per level of spell. That's it. So I can actually point it right out. So right now I have 5 casts of level 1, 3 of level 2, 3 of level 3, and 1 of level 4. And I have nothing good to say about that. It takes away a lot of granularity of like just a basic mana system, and it takes away a lot of strategery because you are very much penalized for using any given spell slot out of order. Pretty sure it's an AoE confused, Dream Whisperer. We have a quick way of testing that, though. I just saved. Jesus, these stupid sharks. Stop. Why does every enemy go before me? Also true, Reggie. To be clear, I don't like that even in just D&D. But yeah, D&D over the years, especially as a 5th edition, has come up with plenty of ways to make that a little bit more modular. Or granular, really is the right word. Well, Dream Whisperer. Dream Whisperer is currently demonstrating the effects of the Cait Sith summon in chat right now. Because, yeah, you can upscale, and in some cases, actually downscale. You can, in a lot of cases, use a level 4 slot to cast a level 2 spell. And you could cast several spells at higher levels. You could cast level 2 at a level 4 in order to get a stronger effect from it. I'm gonna come out swinging here. Wow, Ross went first. Confuse. Confuse. Ineffective. In my experience, spell slots are actually more paperwork for a physical player than just using MP, but I know some people prefer it. I will admit I don't get why. No offense intended. People prefer weird things. I just legitimately don't understand why. Let's go ahead and do that. And this. I will say, so, going back to talking about how this is good, the game we're playing right now is good. One of the things I really like here is the fact that the level 1 spell, the first freaking summon you get for the Evoker, is your attack spell, and it's actually a pretty good damage. That's really good, because if it wasn't there, he's not great. He's primarily support if you're paying attention. He's got an AoE heal plus regen. He's got an AoE heal plus restore all status effects. He's got an AoE confuse for the enemy, and an AoE buff that, take less damage from Golem. And then, the Goblin, which just nukes something in the face with high randomness. She, meanwhile, her first attack is also a pretty big attack, but because of the Drain system, she can only really... She's Hyper Beam, right? The Dancer is a Hyper Beamer. She can only really dance effectively every other round. Ow. I am sorry, Dreammaster, they have to deal with that. Yeah, you notice we could probably handle 3 giants at this point in our life. That says a lot about how much stronger we're getting. I say probably. They still hit like a truck. We just have to be careful, but I think we can actually win this battle. I'm strongly leaning towards the idea, yes, I did, Blade of going ahead and getting the class changes early. I know it's going to screw with the difficulty curve a little bit, but I kind of just want to try out the new stuff, you know what I mean? I don't know, what do you guys think? Should I bother? Because as I've mentioned a few times, you can get the class upgrade the moment you get the canoe. It's a bit of a trip, takes a little bit longer, but you can do it way early. And yeah, we just took out 3 giants. Okay. Yes and no, Mook. Ultimately, what I would have done, and this is a normal thing, is right about... So, okay. There's the first dungeon, right, which is the Marsh Cave. The Marsh Cave is a bad dungeon. It's the nicest way I could possibly put it. In the original. Not a great first entry into the dungeons of this game. And it is mean, it is brutal, it has a lot of poison, it has enemies that can do instant death, it has enemies that can just, because they went before you, will kill you before you can even move. It has trap tiles, it is huge, and it is not super well itemized. It is not a great dungeon. So, what I'm trying to say is, one way or another, before you hit the Marsh Cave, you have to spend some time. Wow, that didn't cure poison. You have to spend some time grinding. Period. There's no getting around that. So what you could do is you could go grind normal walls, normal enemies, or you could grind the Peninsula of Power. So, did I screw with the difficulty curve? No, because all I did was speed up the grind I would have had to do anyways. Does that make sense? Even with the multiple deaths and running back and forth to town, it still was faster to do the Peninsula of Power. Because normal grind just is not at the same level of worthwhileness. For a bit of perspective, the enemies in the Peninsula of Power are the enemies we'd be fighting in the Cave of Ordeals. Or the Palace of Ordeals? Temple of Ordeals? Whatever it is. Place we'll be going to relatively soon. There actually are slightly better grind spots in the game. Not many. There's like 4. Yeah, we're obviously doing better. As you saw, we just took out 3 giants without any deaths. But I would not call us settled. Yeah, nothing else that is available this early. I would say, so I think the moment you get access to the airship, you gain access to 2 more grind spots. And then the other grind spots are all like in actual in-game dungeons. Good morning, Sean. So let's see if we can afford some gear. Like that spear. Which I can. Yeah, that is a very nice spear. The Hall of Giants is a nice grind spot because it's easy. Which is what a good grind spot needs to be. It needs to be something that's repeatable. Let's go ahead and sell off our old spear. This is a good example of what I was talking about, by the way. So, check this out. So, I want to sell this item. Okay. You see what I mean by lack of feedback? The equipment is not only still showing me... What in the world? Is not only still showing me my old my equipment thing on Blade Cheval. For God's sakes. But it still shows me having the longsword, which I just sold. I know I just sold it. But, like, you can see how it's easy to get confused as a new player who doesn't know what the heck is going on here. How much money do I have? I think we'll get... And yes, it is Daniel Lord. I think we'll get 2 of these. Put 1 on Kennex Cow and put 1... on Ross. Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of their cloth armor. Alright, Ross, I need to take off all your clothes. See, Dragon Quest has the same general problems as this game, but it's condensed substantially by the virtue of the fact that you have 1 party member and you only ever fight 1 enemy at a time. So the curve is different in Dragon Quest. We've talked about staircase leveling before. Dragon Quest 1 is honestly the king of that. Every single level and every single new piece of equipment in Dragon Quest 1 is a noteworthy increase in power output because there are so few of them. Almost every level gives you substantial stat ups, and almost every new spell you get is a big increase into your output capacity, because all your spells are concentrated on 1 character. I think we're at the Marsh Cave. I think that's our next step. I'm honestly not sure if I'm high enough level for that. We can try it. Yeah, let's stock up a little bit before we do this. We could grind some more, but let's try it. We have spent a little bit of time on the peninsula. Why are Pures so expensive? Almost all that's for class design, Sevlenop. Speaking of, that actually is a good point. I should jot down some thoughts. So far, most of this review is just FF1. It's FF1 with new classes, which is fine. It's worth noting. It's just, honestly, not what I was expecting. So let's do Overworld, because, as I mentioned, the Overworld is actually quite well designed. It's one of the better ones in the series, even. And Initial Guidance. NPCs. And accessibility. Negatives. So let's go ahead and just jot this down. There is a grind wall at the Marsh Cave. There's nothing else for that. There is a grind wall at the Marsh Cave, period. And we'll think about how bad the Marsh Cave itself is once we get in there. But you really are expected to grind your face up a bit before we even walk in. It's also amusing to think about it. So, like, check out the world map for a second, right? So, look at the southern continent, right? Now, obviously, we don't have access to the entire southern continent, but we have access to over half of it. And I just want you to realize that all of that terrain is dedicated towards getting you into the first dungeon, which is the Marsh Cave. All of that, all the equipment you can get there, all the enemies you can fight there, all the gold you can get and the experience you can get, all of that is to get you prepared for doing the Marsh Cave. And the Marsh Cave is uniquely far away, too. I have actually had times I've played this game before where I have basically walked towards the Marsh Cave, not successfully gotten there, realized I had to turn back because I was running out of resources and HP, restock, and then start again and get a little bit further, and you get it, like just get a little bit further each time until I finally reach the cave. Then the cave would kick my teeth in. This time it's going to be a little faster because, woo! I had the 99 potion problem. Yeah, so something I'll never forget was all the way back in the day speed, which we probably should actually buy 99 potions, which means we should probably go grind some more. All the way back in the day, one of the most common strategies that almost every strategy guide and magazine would say is, before you go into X dungeon, make sure you have 99 potions. Now, thankfully, this game bypasses one of the major issues of that, which is buying one item at a time, individually, which is exactly as frustrating as it sounds. It's worth noting, even though we can buy items in bulk, we probably still want 99 items walking into the Marsh Cave, so let's go hit up the peninsula for a little bit longer. Whoops. That's a fair point, Bladeville. Don't forget, every single purchase has multiple inputs, and there's no memory cursor, right? Now, fortunately, it's usually at the top of the screen. That is to say, top of the selection. If there was a class that gave me Enknun, I would bring it 100% of the time in this game. I'm just saying. Oh man, Marsh Cave with Enknun. Or even Enkhalf. Sorry, for those of you at home who don't know what that means encounter none or encounter halved. And poisoned, of course. Could you run, please? Good God. Why did you go last? Oh God, the final dungeon, yeah. I actually know the final dungeon's pretty good with Enknun because I've done that in the Pixel Remaster. Okay, so I am going to pop a tent, actually. Lord knows I got plenty. Yeah, give me some money. That's awful. You know what? I just realized I could do this. literally just realized I could do that. Okay, 2 zombies. Not great. Let's try it. We are primarily after money, and I think these give the most money of this area. So this is actually a good thing. Hypothetically. Let's see if they can be confused. Yeah, giants would also be nice. Okay, we confused one of them. I'll take it. I do like how his evasion hasn't broken yet. I'll take it. Let's try healing waltz before we end this. And you just attack. Don't break confusion. Don't break. You had a 90% chance to successfully dance. How did you flub that? I'm gonna try that one more time. I mean, fair. This is my dice luck. Okay, she successfully danced. Which is good timing, because Blade 12 was immediately hit. Oh, no, actually, it was a miss. We're good, we're good. Alright, now we got a 65% chance. Heck yeah. Yeah, 2,000 gold. I'll take that. Levels are nice, but at this point we're actually primarily after the gold. The real endgame grind. 2 giants. I'll take that. I still cannot frickin' believe that Pillar says no. Look, it's not my fault you can win through money in most FFs. Including any FF that has the throw command, which includes this one, by the way. And FF10, where you can hire a guy who can literally one-shot the super optional in one shot. That's kind of how that works. Yeah. Do you have a walkthrough? We've got your back. You might as well steal whatever money he has left. Which is 144 gold. I'll take it. Literally, I suppose. Don't stumble. Thank you. Gilgamesh is just like, please, sir. I'll need a copper. Okay, so heals cost 75. That can't be right. No, that's right. So I want, let's say about 10,000. Let's just make that a nice round number. That's our goal, 10,000 gold. Oh, I could afford 99 potions then if they're 60. Oh, okay. This is probably not happening. That's just... yeah. 3 confuses. I'll take that. Hi, Brigwin. Let's keep mugging. Just keep mugging. Just keep mugging. Let's get a heal going. Yeah, that confuse is gonna really help out. Ooh. As Blades of All almost gets 3-shot. Yeah, amusingly enough, so far Ross has been proving really useful, which is good. He's a summoner, he should be. Obviously, the majority of our damage output is still racked, but that also makes sense. He's a Dragoon. If we don't kill one soon, I'm going to go ahead and bail. We've almost robbed all of them. That is not a big heal, is it? Well, let's mug the last one while we're here. And see if we can kill that dude. This should be enough money, so... This is kind of what I mean, going back to your earlier question, Mook. We would have to do this grind regardless to hit the Marsh Cave, right? But most enemies give, like, what, about 150 to 200 gold per encounter? These give a little bit more than that. Now, granted, we're really bullcrapping to make this happen. Or less, yeah. Like, we are really stretching the bounds of what we can do here. And we happen to have a party that can manage this, which is good, because I could think of several parties that couldn't. Like, just straight up wouldn't be able to do this. In the original FF1, the only way this is really feasible is if you have a black mage and or a white mage, depending on what kind of luck you want. Yeah, it's padding. I'm not trying to upsell it. This FF1 is not a particularly good game. What's that old format? 15 reasons why FF1 is a beloved classic that's better than you ever remembered. Yeah, so we just got 4,000 gold. So we're up to 14,000 gold now. We're in a much better place. Got a couple levels too, which is nice. I think we're ready for the Marsh Cave. I'm looking forward to eating my words on that. I was thinking about it. There are 3 items I could get there, and there might be a summon. I want to lock in everything first, though. I don't remember if there's a dock up by Astos' place. Whoops, I should probably buy the items I was just thinking about getting. So yeah, let's just... Wait, game? Oh, right, I have to do it over here. There we go. Oh, no, there's going to be Mook, 100%. So yeah, that's 5,000 gold to buy all those. I should probably have at least a few softs. Okay, we're good to go. Now, this is one of those games where we're probably going to give... rather than give the entire game... We don't. Rather than give the entire game encounter rate negatives or grind negatives, we're going to give individual sections of the game encounter rate and grind negatives. Similar to some other RPGs we've covered, this game has multiple rates of encounter. And the encounter rate out of the overworld is merely bad. When we get into the first dungeon, the encounter rate is going to go up. You believe it. I guess I could jot this down while I'm thinking about it. Sorry, Genex Cow, I'm sorry. I type so slowly. I was just thinking if there's anything else I wanted to jot down there. But yeah, in many ways, this is turning into just a review of FF1, which I don't mind. But I'm starting to wonder if we should even bother with the NES comparison and just switch straight to the Pixel Remaster comparison. I don't know. I'll have to see. I wasn't expecting this to be as similar as it is. There is not Wolverine by definition. If there was, then it would kind of defeat the point of them being there. There we go. Okay, so... What the hell? I'm pretty sure Wolverine, yes. Time to eat some bats. What does Astos even say, I wonder? Astos double-crossed us. Oh, right. Go south to the Cave of Marsh and retrieve the crown, then bring it directly back to me. Sure thing, King of the Elves, which is who you are. Plot twist, that's not actually the King of the Elves. Although he certainly wants to be. Let me guess. Mystic Key. Whoops, I meant to see if there was a summon here. Yep, he's actually a red mage. And a nobleman. He's a pretty cool guy, too. Little, naive, but then he did some growing up. In a war. Which, yeah, it tends to happen. Okay, so any guesses what this summon's going to be? So far, every summon has been a graphic from 4, 5, or 6. So that's our limiters, right? It's got to be something that visually appears in 4, 5, or 6. Let me think. I'm gonna guess... It's been some really interesting esoteric summons so far, too. Who awakens me from my slumber? I'm gonna guess... Oh, what's her name? One of the bikini girls. I can't remember which one. Not Siren. The other one. Or maybe it is Siren. Not Shiva. There's a lot of bikini girls, okay? I don't know what you want from me. Garuda? That's actually a good question. When was Garuda first introduced? 8, I want to say. 8 added some weird ones. Like 8 was part of the part of what 8 was doing. Actually, I think you're right. I think 8 added the harpy lady. Part of what the reason why 8 had different. Yes, you can, Wolverine. Part of the reason why 8 had different summons was because they were trying to branch out more. Which same thing that most of 8 was trying to do. Trying to be its own identity rather than just another FF. For good and for bad. Take heed, child, for the power you seek shall not be given lightly. Well, yeah, I've got to fight you first, because that's how summons work. Hello? So let's start dipping into these potions now. Yeah, 8 had Pandemonium as a good example. Ramuh shall judge you. Should you prove worthy, I shall lend you my power. Should you fail, you will perish. I do love perishing. I've done it a lot in this game. That is the... Which sprite is that? Is that the 4 sprite? No, I don't know what sprite that is. Oh my god. That's got to be the 4 sprite, yeah. Because it's not 6s. I would have recognized 6s immediately. Okay, so let's get her hit chance up, and let's get some damage in. Ramuh's kind of a weird side quest in 5, so I don't always get him. Oh my god! Please tell me he doesn't have a lot of health. Oh my god. Okay, so he's not going to cast it every round. That's good. Oh, he didn't die. Oh, that sucks. He didn't die. Okay. 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 Let's do this. Let's hope for the best. It's always a great strategy, right? Pray. Oh, thank God. That... Oof. Well done, Light Warrior. My staff is yours to command. Yeah, you killed him for 7 damage, Blade Troll. Okay, that was actually extremely close, but worthwhile. So now we have 2 attacks. And no, I forgot that the wizards are weak to lightning. I should have known that, though, because, you know, it's one of the reasons you hold on to your lightning spells the entire run through. No, don't apologize, Wilbur. One of the reasons you hold on to your lightning spells the entire time through as your black mage is to unload them on the wizards. Like, that's the strategy. Don't cast with your black mage for an entire dungeon, a lengthy, brutal, vicious, difficult dungeon, so that you have those spells for the boss. FF1, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get back to town here, Wolverale. Or let me get first struck. That's also cool. Thank you for the donation. I do always appreciate. Let me go ahead and see what you're putting that towards. Let's see, so that'll go towards Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Crystal, and RMC 7, the Nexus. And thank you again. Yeah, they're like, oh, god dang it, did they really? Yannick's Cow, could you get us out of here, please? Thank you. Okay, let's take a stab at the Marsh Cave. The first dungeon in the game. We're about 8 hours into this game. I'd say the good news is it'll speed up from here, but I shouldn't lie like that. Like, we're not done grinding, for one thing. In fairness, there's actually not a lot of dungeons in general in the game. Marsh Cave, Earth Cave, Volcano, Underwater Temple, Sky Palace, the Sky Tower, technically it's kind of a half dungeon. Final Dungeon, and Castle of Ordeals. I think that's actually it. Hey, Ross. Oh yeah, Ice Cave. I forgot about Ice Cave. And I realized the Earth Cave is actually technically 2 dungeons, whatever. I just always consider it the same dungeon. Okay. Marsh Cave. Yay. Alright, so let's see what's here. A heal, tent, and a pier. I might not get all the loot in these. Because not all of it's probably worth my time. Oh yeah, you like this song? You like the fact that it's a 10-second loop? I like the fact that I've already given a negative to the music because of the loop problem. Okay, so we do want that, but that's on floor 2. So let's just go here, I think. Oh god, I'm going off of memory. Oh my god. Okay, run. Run, 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 run. 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 I'm going to keep Bladeval in the back so he has the highest chance of being alive so we can keep running. Okay, floor 2. I've been thinking that exact question, Dream Whisperer. And yeah, this might supplant the FF1 comparison review. Where is that? It's down here, it looks like? Yeah. Oh, you know it, Ross. And you know what? It's not going to get negatives for it, because the option exists in the game, easily and readily accessible, toggleable on the fly, in order to bypass that aspect of the game design. Like, we actually have precedents for that. In fact, we were specifically establishing precedents in order to set up for the Pixel Remaster runs. It has to do with how they implement that kind of a thing, though. I think it's here? No. That's not it. Uh-oh. Where am I? Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Like, yeah, that's... I will admit, I was not anticipating... Because, like, we'll still review Castlevania 1, right? There's a valid value in reviewing Castlevania 1, because it's a completely different game. And we already reviewed Metroid 1 and Zelda 2, and as we saw in both cases, that was a substantial change, right? I think you're right, Blade Javal. I think you're right. Let's just beeline. Let's just beeline. We don't need to fight anything in here, except for the boss, and everything in here is just going to piss us off. Mass paralysis and poison from every enemy pack in the entire game. And none of the treasure down here is worth a damn. It's also a huge freaking dungeon. Oh yeah, you also get the Mystic Key to come back and get extra stuff in here later, which is another reason the Mystic Key sucks. Unlike Ross. Ross does not suck at all. To be very clear, what I'm doing here, running from every encounter, is a very valid strategy in here, in this version of the game. And it's only that true because I happen to have a thief in my party. In the original, it would actually not be worth trying to run, because the run chance is strange and only depends on the person who's in your third party slot. So we would have to fight our way through. And let me tell you, that would suck. So... I don't actually have a map of this place, and I don't remember exactly where the way down is. There's the Mystic Key door, while we're on the subject. Thank you for the sub, Ross, as always. I will dot it down towards various things in just a second. I should jot down that negative for the Mystic Key while I'm thinking about it. Because that is a negative. It's like, hey, go back to like every dungeon and also town in the game so far. Again, just to get the loot that we already put there. We could have put it ahead of you to reduce backtracking, but no. Screw you. You actually have to do that too, because some quest items are there. But it's also really worthwhile to do that, because the Mystic Key loot is good stuff. Well, let's see. We'll put this towards Terraria, Lego City Undercover, and Impossible Creatures. Ah! You know what? I will do this without a map. Screw it. Oh, that's useless. Do you notice how many enemies in here are basically immune to physical attacks, by the way? We have the ability to kill them, but it's costly. So here's the boss, the wizards. So we're going to come out swinging, because these guys can just murder us in the face. And yeah, Ramo, go kill them right now. They're totally not mind flayers. Those are copyrighted. They're not immune to physical, but they will do some very mean things very quickly. They also hit like a truck, which is also not particularly great. And, you know what? Rather than presume, I could just look this up. Because I have all their stats right here. So, wizards have access to... Judgment Bolt. No, Jeez Louise. So they have an extremely high chance to hit. They do tons of damage and double damage with each strike, actually. They also have very high magic defense and high evasion for their level. So I guess they don't actually start doing the insta-cast yet. I think that's Sorcerer that does the insta-casts. Yep, nope, there it is, right? I can see it right here. Sorcerers are the upgraded wizards, and they just have a proc on their white damage to kill you. Let me say that again. They have a proc to kill you on their attacks. So there's the crown. No, I do not actually, Mook. I would say yes, absolutely, Sean. I don't know if SMRPG, like, started that. Yeah, they're mind flayers. They eat your brains. It's copy-paste from D&D. We've talked about this before. So, obviously, there's an exit spell, right? Actually, fun fact. I didn't know this until pretty recently. Even FF1 does actually have an exit spell. I looked this up because I was trying to figure out how negative I wanted to be about another game that forced you to walk out of lengthy dungeons. Even FF1, on the NES, in 1987, still had a freaking exit spell. Now, I hope you've saved some mana for it, and you bothered to buy it. I should mention the original NES version, you get access to... Jesus Christ, really? You get access to... you have 3 spell slots. There are 4 spells per level, so you can't get everything. Now, that usually is an easy choice. But there are some cases where you're just never going to get a certain ability, and that kind of sucks. Wizado. Ah! Lol. Yeah, so you probably didn't even notice it. The reason that we were talking about that as if it was a boss fight is because there's a concept called a trap encounter. It's when a tile specifically procs an encounter, a specific encounter for that matter. And it's a way to try and... So, FF1 was roughly coded, I think is the word I want to use there. I love how they poisoned me right before I ran, just to make sure. So in order to make static encounters happen, what they do is they came up with this concept of the trap spot. So you step on a spot, you can encounter a very specific type of encounter. So like when we stepped in front of the tile that had the crown, there was a trap spot there, which gives the wizards. Now, I don't actually know if this is true in this version, and I really should have tested it, so I apologize for that. But in the original version, you could just step on that trap style over and over and over. There's no real benefit to doing so, but you can, because nothing gets rid of it after you've killed the boss. Oh my god, please stop poisoning Rax. Rax, I know you love Mexican food. We need to talk, buddy. We need to talk. We need to. Oh god, now Kennex Cow's poisoned. Stop eating the Mexican food, Kennex Cow, now! I'll get you real Mexican instead of this Taco Bell crap. Yep, nope, there are ways you can grind on those tiles. In fact, Giant, you yourself mentioned Giant Hallway is a great time to do that. Enemy used Chipotle. It was super effective. It's okay, I got Billy Mays. Okay, so that was actually the Marsh Cave. That wasn't too bad, although we were running from literally everything. And we one-shot the boss. Still not a great dungeon. Not very lucrative, a little bit too long, not as samey as I was expecting it to be. A lot of early dungeons fall into that samey dungeon problem, which makes them irritating and frustrating to navigate. Zelda 2 had that problem, if you remember. And the original Zelda 2 didn't have a map to help with that. But in FF1, the Marsh Cave is at least relatively navigable just by looking around and seeing where you're at. Now, good luck figuring out where you're supposed to go, but it's okay because there's very few dead ends in there. There are a couple. I have no idea, Czar. They have said they have an interest in remaking FF6. That's it. They've also said they'll probably never remake 6 because it would take too long. Okay, so let's get in a quick refill. right. I've been meaning to do something. I should do that really quick. So let's see what information this gives. That's not bad for a bestiary. Exact values on experience, gold, HP, attack, hit count, weaknesses, resistances, special attacks, morale, that's when they will run from you. Monster families, absorb, that's your armor. Evade, magic defense, hit percent, crit percent, additional effects, innate traits, and miscellaneous can be controlled, can use blue magic, can be poached. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Deval. That's a pretty good bestiary. Yeah, nothing too fancy about them. What if we look over here at the Zombols? Ugh, frickin' Zombols. Man, screw that, Ross. Hard mode. Include everything. So let's immediately get into an encounter. I gotta be honest, having a thief who can run regularly is honestly going to be a bit of a game changer. I'm not joking. And I don't feel like I'm gaming the system either. I'm just avoiding the trash encounters that don't really give me anything worthwhile. This means I have to farm in the harder areas, but I can do that. I can keep up with the curve, right? I think you're right, actually, Blade Deval. Still, it's a bestiary with good info that's in the game. That's pretty much exactly what a bestiary positive looks like. So FF3 and 4 both got a release on the DS, Czar. The FF3 DS version is actually pretty bad. The FF4 DS version is pretty good. I would go so far as to say it's actually arguably the best version of FF4, even still with the Pixel remaster. It has its issues, but pound for pound, it still probably would win that particular review battle. Okay, so boss time. I mean, it's the boss. We're about to fight the boss. Let's move. No, you know what? Honestly, I'm okay with this order. Ha ha ha! I am Astos, king of the Dark Elves. I have Matoya's crystal, and you shall give me that crown now. So Astos. This is technically our 4th boss of the game. But Astos is probably our first real boss of the game because he has access to spells. I know, shocking. Yeah, so let's actually talk about the AI of how enemy AI works in FF1. I don't know if this is true in the Renaissance version. Yes, we did, Kenexco. So in the original version, there was no enemy AI to speak of. There was no if-then statements. There was no reaction. There was no counters. There was nothing. All it was, do I do a white damage attack, which may or may not have a proc, or do I use one of my abilities? If it uses the abilities, it goes in a linear line. So if it has 4 abilities, it'll use 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 1, and then 2. And it'll just loop forever. So, for example, Astos here has a 25% chance to do a white damage, which is fine. But then he has a 75% chance to use one of his abilities. His abilities starts with Death. It's the first spell he'll always cast, is Death. He will then cast Slow 2, Fast, Fire 2, Lightning 2, Slow, Dark, Sleep, and then Death again. He'll loop at that point. So there's a little bit of RNG into how bad this fight is going to be. We're going to try to get Rax in the air immediately, because I don't feel like him getting killed. Let's raise our percentage here. Yeah, death. So it's worth noting, FF1 and FF2 both have a weird thing, where there's actually lots of death spells. They're all calculated completely differently. So, for example, FF1 has Rub and Brack, And, God, I don't even remember what else. Several things. Doom and Death, which is actually a completely different thing. Oh, yeah, and XXXX. I forgot about XXXX. So, all of those are different formulas in how well they'll kill you, but they all have the same effect. They kill you instantly. So, question of the day. Can we confuse a boss? Let's find out. We can mug him. That was 2,000 gold we just stole from him. Ineffective. So that might have just missed. Okay, so he attacked was his first action. That's actually good. So Rax is now in the air. We're going to have her do Quick Step. We're going to try one more Cait Sith. Do our due diligence here. Or Rax can one-shot him. So the counterpoint for him having all of those extremely powerful spells is he has very low health and low absorb. Well, low, he has 40 absorb, but still, low evade and low health. We actually get pretty good luck there. Yeah, Rax is level 10. He's double-digit range. But yes, as a reminder, we had a 1 in 4 chance to get a white damage attack, which is what we got. Now we're going to die to 8 wolves. I mean, honestly, we have no tanks in this party at all. We have a very heavy hitter who can avoid taking damage for a round and can avoid absorb, so it can just pierce any armor. We have a dancer who has mostly status effects buffs and also can serve as magic damage. We have the summoner who mostly has a status effect and buffs and heals. And then we have the thief who isn't really good in combat. I just realized I'm going to the wrong spot. Screw it. Let's just do this. Let's just do it now. Ah! I have to admit, I've never liked the fact that ships can have encounters. That is to say, sailing ships. I get that it's a thing. It's a whole encounter table in D&D, and this is all based on D&D after all. Whoops. But I've never found it to be particularly useful. Yeah, honestly, the game that probably irritated me the most in is FF5, because there's some fairly lengthy naval journeys you have to take in FF5. True, Blade Taval. They at least design it reasonably well. Okay, so step 1 in the quest chain. Here's your orb back. I'll trade the most powerful herb to get my crystal back. Ta-da! Also, stop enslaving witches as cats. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So now we're gonna go wake the prince. I have to admit, I get why they do this initial section. I feel like this might actually be a negative. Any thoughts in chat? Like, this is the backtracking MSQ, and this is MSQ. We do the Marsh Cave, and then... So, if you think about it this way, here's the mandatory steps, right? You have to kill Garland. That unlocks the bridge. Then you have to kill the pirates. That unlocks the ship. Then you have to go through the Marsh Cave to get the crown, which you turn into Astos, which gets you the orb. Orb you turn into Matoya. Matoya gives the herb, which you give into the prince. And the prince, I think, gives you the key? Yeah, no, it's very backtracky, Bladeful, and it is mandatory backtrack. And it is the worst kind of backtrack. Nothing has changed. By the point at which we are done with... Like, let's ignore the Peninsula of Power for a second, because that is actually a bug. For those of you not aware, that was not intentional. They don't really get points for the Peninsula of Power existing. So, by the point at which we have finished the Marsh Cave and defeated Astos, everything we have access to here is beneath us. None of this is worthwhile anymore. So all of this is not worthwhile. Oh, this herb will release the prince from Astos' curse. Look, he's waking. Is this a dream? Are they the Light Warriors? So here's the Mystic Key, which brings us to the second bit of backtracking. Hey, Shenryan. Because now we have the key, and there are, again, I think it's like 9 key doors, kind of all over the place. And most of them are worthwhile, and some of them are mandatory. Ah! I don't even remember where all of them are off the top of my head. So, a silver mallet, some gold, and a copper armlet. So nothing worthwhile there. Let's go and sell everything we just got. Actually, hang on. Can we equip the mallet on anyone? Let's double check that first. Nope. How about that? Nope. We have such a non-standard party. I am enjoying it. I think... I mentioned how this is very similar to the original. I honestly think that the part about this that is best is the class design. Go figure. I'm still doing my due diligence and slow-moding my way through all that, by the way, before you ask. So let's get rid of... hang on. So that's absorb 4, minus evade 1. That's actually better than that. Okay. So why don't we give you this? Nobody can equip that. And that's... And only he can equip that. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So let's put this here just to make this easy. Equip the copper necklace. No, bracelets. Here, Blade, have some copper bracelets. They're better than your wood armor. I should probably ding the inventory thing, too. If you haven't noticed already, gear goes directly into people's gear slots. Everyone has 4 gear slots. Excuse me, they actually have 8. There's 4 armor slots and 4 weapon slots. That is exactly as limiting as that sounds. Okay, So I know the mandatory thing, which is the TNT, which is back in Corneria. corn area, excuse me. I don't remember what's in the marsh cave. I guess I could look it up. Let's see here. If I can find it. Here we go, marsh cave. Boop. Looks like some silver gear. A silver dagger, which might be worth it. Yeah, exactly, Blade Taval. That actually legitimately might be worth grabbing. What's funny is I'm not sure anyone can use the dragon sword, too. So that's fun. Yeah, there's actually a lot of gear we can go get. So let's do this one first. Did we save? I don't remember. So we're gonna save, just in case. We got plenty of gold. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, plenty of gold for now. Later on, we're gonna need 65,000 gold per item. Yes, really. So let's go ahead and immediately get paralyzed. Perfect. Yeah, put it into these terms, Blade Taval. In the original, I'm pretty sure several classes would be negatives. Thief absolutely would, for example, and so would Red Mage. I'd have to think about the others, but those two are definites. In this game, I'm not sure any class would actually qualify to be a negative. And that is a pretty big change, in the interest of fairness. Oh, thanks for blinding me. I appreciate it. I mean, I absolutely think that some of the classes are better than the other ones. I haven't jotted down individual quantities of positive yet. I'm still chewing on a lot of that. Most of what you're seeing in the document right now is just shorthand notes to remind me for later, as I've been doing my research. Oh, Jesus. That is 7 enemies that can paralyze you, by the way, right there. That's what you're looking at. This is when the GM is like, you know what? I hate you personally. A lot of bats in here, too. Exactly, Playterful. Go ahead and let me know when you guys all successfully roll your resistance to the paralyze. I mean, a brutal encounter is different than an unfair encounter. It's actually pretty easy to see the difference, too. It's all about what the player is doing. Whoops. If you throw an enemy at the player which is designed to lock the player down, then what the player is doing is nothing. Right? Let's just break out Ramuh for this. All in favor? All in favor? So, same question in reverse, Ross. When do you think I finally turned off random encounters in the phone version of Pixel Remaster? So for you, I'm gonna say several people say I. I'm gonna say you did it in the volcano. Although I don't know when you did the volcano, so I'm kind of guessing on that part. Yeah, fun fact, even though the volcano is technically the second, that is to say the third, major dungeon, you can do it dead last. Nothing's stopping that. Goodbye. Yeah, that's an AoE Hyper Beam. Jesus. Underwater Palace. Wait, is that when you did it, or when you're guessing I did it? Sorry, I should clarify. So, Silver Armlet. That is a non-insubstantial upgrade. That anyone can equip. It's almost double the absorb of the Copper Armlet. So who do I want to live the most, is really the question there. I think I will give that to Kennex Cow. She doesn't have a lot of live. So, the reason I found that so funny, Ross, is I also turned off encounters in the underwater cave. It was the weirdest sensation. I had been playing the entire thing without any boosted anything. I was just playing completely normally and legit. And I got to the underwater cave, or the underwater, you know, the underwater dungeon. And there was just this moment of, why am I doing this? So I cranked all of the experience and gold gains just to max. Fought like 5 battles. And then turned off encounters. Exactly, Xavian. As we've talked about, there is such a thing as too little HP. You know, if a boss is killed before it actually reaches the point where it can do its rotation, or show off its mechanics, or let the player do anything, then that's also bad. But if you're paying attention, it's bad for the exact same reason. Ooh, it's bad because of the fact that it's preventing the player from doing something. Again, it's a pretty linear equation. The more the player is doing, the better it tends to be. Goodbye. So, Silver Dagger. That can go on, on Kennex Cow or Light Javal. So right now, she has a 5-10 2.5, and he has a 10-10 2.5. So in the interest of solidarity, we should probably give that to her. Kennex Cow's just getting the hook up here. Well, yeah, you also might get a sword soon, Light Javal. Might, we'll see. There's actually 3 swords, I want to say. True. She needs to hit in order to get that resource gain, because she needs to dance. Let's just kill these the old-fashioned way. Ooh, Ross just hit level 10. Nice. Okay, so that's it for the cave. Get out of here. Come on, game. So I was just looking at what's in the other dungeons. So we can get the power staff. Just checking the doors as we go. See if there's any extra treasure. Instantly paralyzed Rax. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, the power staff is money, but that's 6,000 gold for the power staff. So that's worthwhile. God, doing this without a thief would be insane. Blade Tavoll, you are literally worth your weight in gold. And also figuratively. Gee, I was kind of hoping to finish up this whole little section before the lunch break, especially since I really needed to lay down for a bit. But I don't think I'm going to make it. So we've got, let's see, we've got the Northwest Castle, the Dwarf Cave, Corneria, and Temple of Fiends. We got 4 places to go grab items from. Yeah, we did get through the Marsh Cave. That is the first major barrier to finishing the first, like, half of the game. Maybe half is underselling it, but still, it's a big chunk of the game. I like how it's always like close call when you run. Like you just have such a low chance of running. I guess you do. I should probably ding that, by the way. Your run chance in this game is pretty bad. That's why I mentioned Blade Tavoll as being worthwhile, because Blade Tavoll has an extremely high run chance. It's almost 100%. And, like, that's really useful. I suppose that's pathetic, that the ability to run easily is something that's very useful, but it's still true. Come on. Okay. Let's grab a quick save now that we've managed all that. So we don't have a bard, and that's useless. Let's empty our inventory a little bit here. You know, it just occurred to me, I'm not sure that equip signal is there in the original either. See, that's what I could do. It just occurs to me. I could just look at some of the more basic and easy to track interface stuffs. You know, stuff that you'll see in the first town in FF1, the original FF1. And then give it negatives, because that's what's going to happen. Damn it. And then, you know, just count the score that way. I don't know, what do y'all think? I heard Pillar Snow's opinion on that. I haven't heard a lot of other opinions on that. It'll be like interface negatives, bug negatives. Because, yeah, the game's really buggy. Equipment not working correctly. Oops. Really? So yeah, equipment not working correctly, magic not working correctly. Some of the formulas not working correctly, just in general. Running not working correctly. Running doesn't work correctly in FF1, for God's sakes. Yeah, what is QA? QA is for people who aren't trying to shove out a game out the door as quickly as they possibly can to avoid closure from bankruptcy. It is amusing to me how well FF1 sold and how much it saved the company, all things considered. Iron, huh? Yeah, go ahead and equip that. Falchion. 15-10, huh? That is the same hit chance. There, have a new weapon. And there's the power staff. I am curious. Is there anything different about the power staff? A staff that's not very powerful. Nope, it's still worth money. Cool. Again, 6,000 gold is nothing to sneeze at, so I'm not sad about that. I like to think it's very bejeweled, you know? Just covered in gold. And semi-precious gems. Actually, yeah, Blade Javal. If you look at their titles before FF1, it's not a great list. I mean, I was just showing off King's Knight earlier. But honestly, there's a reason most people haven't even heard of most of Squaresoft's games before FF1. Or if they have, it's only because of the fact that they bothered to look into it because it's Square. There was nothing particularly memorable there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Nobuo Uematsu made the music for Rad Racer. That's my little factoid of the day. So I went there, Where am I going? Right. Whoops. Well, no, there's one closer, isn't there? No, there isn't. Wow, okay. Not bad. Here's a good example of the medium and small enemies side by side, speaking of which. 5 and 2. And I'm officially into my lunch break. I didn't quite make it. It's okay. Saber, Silver Dagger, Iron Staff, so I don't think any of that's worthwhile. 13-5? Nope, you've already got better. Okay, Iron Staff is worth something. So, sure, we'll switch that over. Iron Shield, which we literally can't use. TNT. I love how we just get TNT, by the way. And Iron Armor, which I think we already have. Yeah, we do. So, a bunch of gold is what we just got. And a new staff for Roz. Let's empty up our inventory really quick. No, no, no. Come on, game. I almost sold my spear on accident. I'm afraid you are quite correct, or incorrect, excuse me, Zara. Quite mistaken. We actually have nobody in our party who can use shields at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's warrior only. Don't quote me on that. Okay. Two more stops. Hey, Tamaz. How was your time zone doing? Monster, strike first. Why? Get out of my way. Of course, he instantly paralyzes Rax. What else would he do? They develop pickup Rax. Let's go. I would say the itemization is overall better, especially since they have to accommodate more classes with more unique equipment requirements. The spread of useful items, as in like consumables, as well as the gear has been pretty solid. I'm actually a little impressed by it. Like, a lot of the items I've been getting as I've been doing this little backtracking thing right now are completely different. Now, the economy is not great. I am helped a little bit on the economy thing because I happen to have a thief in my party whose major version, major addition, is to increase my gold gain. But as I've already mentioned, there are several points in the game in which you can actually fall into a gold spiral, where you do not gain as much gold as you have to spend to endure in a particular area. And that can get bad, especially later on when you need tens of thousands of gold to do things. Let's just bring a ramen, screw it. How hard would I say this version of the game is? That's an interesting question. I would say this version's difficulty is entirely dependent on your class combo, which I suppose applies to the original as well. But, like, more than that. As we showcased earlier, the wrong class combo can completely screw over your playthrough. I should be able to run from these, shouldn't I? Yep. Now, the shops, yeah, so... Put simply, I think the economy isn't great, but the item drops are much more decent. So, an improvement and a disprovement, respectively. Although, not like FF1 had a great economy to begin with. Okay, is any of that worth a damn to anyone? So... that does extra damage to spellcasters, that does extra damage to werebeasts. Nobody can use the weresword. Blade Tavall can use the runic sword, though. And it is just way better. Look at that. Yikes. Yeah, go ahead and just switch over to that. That's an interesting question. I'm not sure what the easiest version of this game would be off the top of my head. Like, you could go with the default, right? Warrior, Monk, White Mage, Black Mage. But then again, I don't really know the new classes well enough to really gauge their relative ease. That's amusing, late of all. And yeah, we haven't even played with our job upgrades yet, which is one of the things we're going to be beelining, by the way. Temple of Fiends. So yeah, we're just going to the Dwarf Cave now. We've got the TNT. It's time to finally break out of the lake. I'd love to move on to some other passages, but we need to do the Earth Temple, or excuse me, the Earth Cave first. We also want the Dragon Sword, although I don't think we can use it. Tent. Iron Helmet. There's the Dragon Sword. Another Silver Dagger. Okay, hold on. So, can anyone equip... Okay, so Blade Temple can actually equip the Dragon Sword. It's about as good as the Runic Sword, but obviously it's going to do bonus damage to dragon types. And don't worry, it'll actually work in this version of the game. Yeah, I was about to say, the enemy types are not as linear as you'd probably think. Hang on, let me pull up the enemies list here. So here we go. So let's sort by family. So, for example, Hydras, Asps, Cobras, Worms, Frost Dragons, Wyverns, the T-Rexes we fought earlier. Tiamat is a dragon. Iguanas are dragons. Chimeras are dragons. Sea snakes are dragons. Zombie dragons are dragons. I think we'll hold on to both. If we find anything particularly noteworthy, we can just swap between them. Ooh, silver armor. And a house! I'm finally an owner of a house. In fiction. Okay, so that's better, and... Did I see something else? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So you're probably wondering, why do we need the TNT to progress? I guess there's no cutscene, obviously. NES games, am I right? How many NES games had cutscenes? No, Ninja Gaiden doesn't count. Okay, fine, Ninja Gaiden counts. I guess FF3 kinda did. FF2 barely did. At some point in time, I'll be able to tell you what I was trying to tell you like 2 minutes ago, that I've been in random encounters ever since. Okay, so this tile right here was the point of all of that. The entire game, we have been locked inside of this lake, and now that this canal is open, we have access to the world. So that is the end of Act 1. And you notice it puts us immediately to a new town right here. Good design. Like I said, the overall design in FF1 is actually quite good. Melman's not doing great. You see there's a vampire nearby who's actually a black mage. We don't talk about it. Anyways. Let's go ahead and save. And then I'm going to take my freaking lunch break finally. 10 minutes late. I'll see you guys.